Hello. How's it going? Noah's been replaced as the playing the flute person in the rest spot. Shame that. Absolutely crying shame.
Time to go, guys.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we'll go unlock Kamuravi. Try and get 2 classes at once unlocked. Let's go back to the city. Let's go. Why is this such an, like... Why is this such an intricate, like, cutscene? It's weird. Why did that take so long?
I am a leaf on the surface of a lake. I am a stone warming in the sun. I am the clouds on a windless day. I am the reed that bends but does not break.
Right.
You can relax. We've landed now.
Guess he didn't like heights after all.
Funny, considering how gung-ho he was riding around in his Feronis.
It's funny, I was going to say the same thing.
But I don't think we should talk about the past in front of him. He's just been born, and in a 10th term body. I'm sure he just wants to focus on the here and now. What are you smirking at?
True.
Oh, just... You're a genuine good egg, Uni.
Huh?
You're a good egg, Uni.
Hey there!
Hey, Travis.
Man, am I glad to see you guys. Something terrible's happened. You won't believe it. Oh, but no word of it to the boss lady, yeah? My salary's on the line here.
That's a corker of a preamble, mate. You gonna actually tell us what's going on?
Somebody opened one of the cradles.
You think it was an intruder?
I don't know, but there weren't any obvious signs of it. The soldier inside has gone missing as well. Someone you knew, I gather. It's
It's fucking Ethel. Come on.
Come on, it's on the tip of my tongue. You know, what's her name?
Yes.
With the silver hair.
Let's go.
No way.
Ethel. That's it, Ethel. Oh, why is all this happening on my watch? Oh, never mind. Now's not the time for reflection. If such is the situation...
Oh shit, Kamuravi and Ethel are going to fight again.
Where shall we look? What?
We were just surprised that you were so, concerned.
I
I'm also recently of a cradle born. It may be some kind of fate at work. This soldier named Ethel, she may also find herself at a loss.
So he didn't actually remember.
And also,
hello.
you, good sir.
Huh? Me?
You must be frightfully exhausted. Do not push yourself, please.
Hey, watch it, fella. I know I'm no spring chicken, but there's no need to rub it in.
Sorry, mate. He's just been
How you
born.
doing?
I'm pretty sure he didn't mean anything bad by it.
Anyway, moving along. Movement in and out of the city is strictly regulated. So if there weren't any incidents reported so far, both the perp and Ethel must still be somewhere inside.
Yeah, you're right. Let's first search for clues in the module warehouse.
Good luck to you, whippersnappers. In the meantime, we'll take custody of the
Don't
friends
call
you
me that.
contacted us about.
They're called Mwamba and Hacked. What's gonna happen to them?
They're not quite back to themselves yet, right? We'll give them a checkup, make sure they're all there. And after that, well, keep them under observation, I suppose. Either way, you can leave them with us.
We leave them in your able hands then.
Yeah, sure thing. They'll be safe as houses. I'll be in the war room. Keep me abreast of any developments.
Safe as houses.
High places sap my resolve.
All right.
Okay, we've got nothing else really going on.
Well, I mean, it sort of makes sense.
Straight in, let's go.
Well, it really is empty.
It's definitely Ethel's module. But why would anyone want her?
If we want to know that, we just got to catch him.
Wasn't Ethel young, though?
Clue. Nice of him.
There's footprints all over the place. They seem to be in a rush. They're not Ethel's, are they? But then whose?
We only have to follow them to find out. They can't have gone too far. Let's get going.
I feel like Ethel
Around with dirty feet. Ugh,
was a kid
disgraceful.
in the pod.
I think that's probably the least of their issues.
Oh, please don't go up the ladder. Oh, they went up the ladder. God damn it.
Let's use this.
What a thrill. She's going to end up in the warehouse in the bottom left of the map, I reckon.
That smarts.
No, maybe not.
What could Bibi do now?
Kubibi.
Excuse me?
Mimi? Bibi, sorry. Sorry, so sorry.
We haven't even said anything yet.
Bibi, no, without saying. Friends come looking for naughty boy Bibi. Bibi never meant to do any harm. Bibi just want to enjoy a game of ultimate hide and seek.
Hide and seek. What is that?
It's ultimate pastime of daringly go and hide where not allowed to go.
Daringly? Defying a prohibition?
Bibi, please asking to not make scary face.
So why did you open the cradle then?
When get on panel, it opened by self. And when it opened, girl, wake up.
QBB really, truly sorry.
We get it now, so wipe your tears. Look, you're getting your tummy wet.
It's
And what happened afterwards? Did you go somewhere with the awoken soldier?
QBB gets scared and flee from scene of hide, but can tell Morley or Leslie where she go. QBB think it direction of Centrillo Parade.
I am the morning mist in a pine grove. I am Mithrice, growing across seasons.
Eh? Friend okay?
Don't mind him. He's just, trying to maintain his cool.
Mithrice.
I updated Travis on the situation. He says he's coming to collect QBB.
Is QBB in serious troubles?
I don't expect him to be too severe, but you will need to do some repenting.
Meh, meh, meh. Let's leave QBB in Travis's hands and go track down Ethel. She looks quite distinctive. Someone on Centrillo Parade should have noticed her.
You are right. Yes, let us go.
Good to add more names.
Not gonna try and leave in a ship,
Ethel!
is she? Yeah, she's a kid.
I barely caught you in time. You're not hurt. I think I know you.
What's wrong with you?
Or maybe she's not.
Nothing.
Maybe I'm just remembering
I
her.
just can't see. Anyway,
Kamaravi. You're smoldering Kamaravi.
Hello, Frost.
Ethel, you recognize him?
How you doing?
I have to go somewhere? I have to. But why?
Xeon's
Take it
farming
easy.
simulator.
Let's take our time, yeah? We'll help you look. No
Kite
problem.
DLC bonus. Okay, that's pretty funny.
Hmm.
Now comes the tricky part. What do we do from here?
What can we do except foster her in the city? A first termer won't be any use in a fight.
do you find that acceptable?
I don't know.
I have a proposal. Would you leave her with me for a while?
Wait, you're saying you want to look after Ethel?
Just until she settles on her own path. I want her to have that freedom. I don't know why, but I feel it strongly.
For now, let's see what Travis thinks.
All of the DLC for
As
Soul
he's
Hackers has
concerned
been
too,
revealed. What
We
the
shouldn't decide alone.
Travis.
the like day one DLC
know where
or
I'm at
the
again.
DLC that's coming
Not
out
fatigued that guy's
over
struggling.
time?
You know what? Forget it. Maybe just don't say that to him, yeah? He's kind of touchy about it.
I understand. I will mind my ways around him.
Well, this certainly took an unexpected turn.
Day one. Okay.
Good to add more names.
And I'll probably be getting all of it.
Ah, well, I guess I mostly understand. Are you sure you can handle child rearing?
Child rearing. What is that?
In a nutshell, I'm asking if you're capable of taking responsibility for the proper upbringing of this little princess.
I'm not Princess. My name is Ethel.
Too precious.
If you would consent to it, I will serve for the good of the city. I am sure I have my blind spots, but I always complete the duties assigned to me.
I'll help too.
But you cannot fight.
I can be your eyes, though. I can see that which you cannot. No?
By the flames. Spirited, isn't she?
Oh yeah, too spirited, I'd say. Look, let me bend your ear a little.
You don't think it's going to work?
It's not really my position to think anything.
Right. Well, I'll try talking to Monica then.
Oh, okay, fine. I get it. Let's do this. I'll take care of Ethel, and instead we'll have Kamaravi help out on the combat side. That'll be perfect, don't you think? Hey? Hey?
Is this all on the Steam page?
Oh, I'm scared, all right. But I'm not just trying to cover it up from sheer terror, okay? It's just that woman takes on way more than she should. I bet she doesn't know how to take it easy. So I figured, you know, I'd lighten her load by doing this much at least.
Your warrior's way is unimpeachable, sir. I will never forget your kindness. Be sure, the debt will be repaid.
Oh yeah? Well, make it 100-fold then.
Don't get greedy, Trav.
Oh, there was a trailer as well.
We're doing nicknames now. How about we start with Lieutenant Travis and go from there, eh?
I am deeply indebted to
Wait,
you
there's a
all as well.
character
Don't sweat
locked behind
No, this is truly
one
a
of the Day
grave
One
debt,
DLCs as well?
especially Tyon. You said I should live true to myself. I haven't discovered exactly what that means yet, but now I understand what you meant at least. And am grateful to you for setting me on the right path. You were the source of the spark that set my flame alight. Thank you.
Tyon, he's talking to you.
I know. I just never in my life thought I would be on the receiving end of this kind of speech. The future.
It's interesting to me that the game
It's a
is
foreign
being
country.
marketed and
I'm sure in time you and Ethel will find it.
like it's
The
just
right
being
path,
marketed as Soul
right
Hackers
code to live
2.
by.
Like there's no
Yes.
mention
Until such time,
of
I,
like the
Kamaravi,
SMT
remain ready
name
to do
anywhere.
battle for the city, and for you as well. Don't worry, I have a close eye on Ethel.
Seraph Kamuravi. With Tyon as the inheritor, let's go.
I see some relations have changed.
Yeah, see, we still can't get Ethel back just yet. They're doing Royal did. All DLC demons can be pulled out for free for the first time. Ooh, okay. So there's like a DLC item pack, right? Or not like a DLC item pack, but there's like a DLC bundle. Which is $30.99. Does that come with the digital premium edition or not? So the DLC bundle is the bonus demon pack, the bonus story arc, the Lost Numbers, the booster item pack, and the costume and BGM pack. So it's the 4 DLCs, even though it says that there's 5. So the pre-order is the Persona 5 Phantom outfit. And then the digital premium edition is the Persona 5 Phantom Thief outfit. And then there's the costume and BGM pack, the bonus demon pack, the bonus story. Okay, yeah, so the digital premium edition already comes with all of the DLC. Okay, so that's fine, because that's the version that I'm buying anyway, so that shouldn't be an issue. And then the costume and BGM pack is... what? Persona... okay, I see Persona 4 outfits, Shiraido. There's SMT4 outfits. Looks like there's beach outfits, maybe? And then... Persona 5. And I don't know what that first one... oh, that's Soul Hackers 1 costumes as well. And then the bonus demons that you get. It looks like you get a character from the first game as a demon in this game. You see this? This is a character from the first game. You know what's funny? This character in the middle was the main reason I was going to play the first game. Because I wanted to know who this was. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite demons from SMT5. I actually really liked this one in SMT5. This one looks familiar as well, and so does. Isn't this Satan? And then I recognize this one as well. This one on the left. This is what's that guy's name? Masakado. This one doesn't look familiar. Am I gonna get in trouble having this image on the screen because of Mara? But yeah, I recognize all of these except for this, whatever this pink one is. The blue guy was twins rank 10. That's what I thought. So it looks like so it's like one prominent demon from all of the games, I guess. Because there's the one from SMT5. There's Masakado from SMT4. That's... isn't it Asura? It's not Asura. It's something else. But yeah, it's the one from P5, and then there's... I'm trying to remember what the funny juggling jester thing is. What is Masakado? Okay, so Masakado, Almighty, Anahita. Metal. Okay, that sounds familiar. Wait, does it actually say in here what you get? No, there's... oh yeah, it does. Okay. So CC Metal is from Persona 4. Okay, that's the weird juggler one. Okay. See, I knew I recognized it. I don't think I ever made one though. And then Anahita is the, like, water one. That's the one I actually really liked. And then Anahiti is... oh, okay, it's the pink version of that, green thing. Okay. Zhao Gongan, and then Nemissa is the character from the first game. The Mara, Masakado, and Satan. Okay. I was looking into this article about why plenty of men don't like women who try to be funny, but then what's with all these funny moment compilations of female YouTubers? What's going on here? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to set Tyon as Seraph. We want to unlock that. And then we want to if we do that,
I love being with you guys.
we're actually going to do it like this. Because we can unlock Troubadour quicker. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Fortnite is getting a Breaking Bad collab? Really?
I see some relations have changed.
That can't be right. Okay, so we want to go back over there and we want to start making our way over there. I saw a thing about Fortnite maybe doing a collab with Destiny. Or Destiny 2 specifically.
Mia, I'm glad we were able to save you.
Yes. Thanks so much, everyone. Next stop, the Cloud Keep.
Yeah, next stop the Cloud Keep. Alright. Listen, I got stuff to explore, alright?
Visitors.
Boom.
I'm the girl with the gall.
You can't believe they locked Mara behind a paywall. I absolutely can believe they locked Mara behind a paywall. What do you mean?
Noah, Would you mind?
People are gonna buy that DLC just for the memes. I wonder what this side quest is.
What's this now?
Seriously, more of those mudders come to ruin our day again.
Let's ruin theirs first.
The illusion returns. That's weird, that took a while.
Mimi! Welcome back!
Incoming!
A tactical retreat?
Oh hey, Aquila.
Yeah, I got it. Senna, hit him
Thank
where
you
it
for the
hurts, will ya?
41-month resub.
What the? What's going on here?
Who is this girl? Where did she come from? For a soldier, she's awfully,
Yeah, I know what you mean. She looks about 3 terms old. Way too young to be fighting on the front lines.
She's
Not
not
to
on the
derail
front
the
lines.
convo, but are we sure she'll be okay? We pulled her out of the Lev, but is there anything else we can do?
I don't see any external injuries, but no signs of waking up either. Hard to tell either way.
Senna, don't worry. She's still alive. I'm sure she'll pull through.
Mimi, you sure?
Look, we can talk about her all day, or we can find her a doctor. I know which one I'd prefer.
All right, but she and her people did assault colony soldiers, so taking her to a colony seems like asking for trouble.
then how about the city? They have medical facilities there.
Indeed, seems advisable.
What do we do about the Levnis?
Let's leave it for now. Transporting the girl should take priority.
I can carry her. Thanks, Anna. She'll be in good hands.
Yeah.
I'll make sure of it.
Inhumanity. Well, before we do that, I'm just going to keep going down here a little bit. Making Mara pay DLC is a predatory microtransaction? Not quite. That's smart.
These husks. Should we send them off?
Such is the Officer's duty.
Let me see if I can find these uniques. Not that one. Not that one. It's this one. Look at the size of this thing.
Hey, that's not your everyday chump.
Where is this leading?
Oh,
I think this leads back to...
Judging by the trajectory, it must have landed nearby.
Yeah, this leads back to the normal area. Wait, so there's some... There's some other ones up here.
Topographical info updated.
Oh, I don't really want to go down there. Ah, I fell down anyway.
That smarts.
Oh, never mind. Okay, there's a unique over here somewhere. Oh, I think it's that thing.
Oh, hate this.
Hope there's something useful here.
Wait, which version of the Royal Ultimate Edition?
I'll need a hand here.
Say the word.
whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
No, like, I mean... For what system, I guess. Oh, it wasn't that thing. Oh, is it the bird?
Oh, that's a rare one.
I think it's the bird. What level is it? Oh, shit! I didn't realize it was level 100. Oh, PS4. But you already own the Ultimate Edition, right? There is no reason for you to buy it again.
Something so valuable here.
You already own the dancing games as well. Don't you? I'm actually kind of glad that bird didn't want to fight me. Don't come anywhere near me, please, bird. Thank you.
Hate these husks. Should we send them off?
I'd better send them off.
Oh, so close. So close to getting that to rank 5. Okay, so that area is now done. And we need to go back here. And then we need to go back down. And then we'll go back to the city. Yeah, I thought you already owned the dancing games. I know you had that issue where you couldn't buy one of them. Because it's like in a double pack, but you already own one of them, so the double pack isn't available to buy or something.
Don't let your guard down.
Right, another poison swamp. Just what I wanted. Alright, well, we got a quick travel thing, so.
It's very impressive. A monument to life.
So many hopes rest here.
Hollis, help me. Oh, I think this is the quest that Rivi was telling me about that required you to do a load of other stuff. Either item gathering or some such.
You're here. About the girl we transferred here. She's just woken up.
Whoa, really?
That was quick.
Yeah. Although, I should say, she's a little,
Were there any complications?
No, nothing like that. Or at least nothing to complain to you about.
You're not making sense, and it's getting me antsy.
The doctor said she didn't need any medical attention, and... You know what? Why don't you just talk to her yourselves? Just bear in mind, she's still a patient, so take it easy on her, eh?
Seems at least they kept her safe. But now what?
Yeah, it ain't like we can just leave her here forever.
Let's talk to her first, like you said. We should try to learn more.
All right, but she's recently injured. We probably shouldn't all crowd her.
You're right. If we're just asking questions, one person should be enough.
That sounds like a plan. So who'll go?
Surely it's Uni, right? She deals with injured people all the time. And she should be right at home.
Oh, yeah? Cheers for volunteering me.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go. You, Senna. Why the sudden impulse?
Well, it's probably my fault she's like this.
It was really more like an accident, you know? There's no need for you to feel responsible.
Hey, Dreamer, hello.
Not that exactly. It's more like... if I don't do something...
I presume another week of Xenoblade Chronicles ahead. Yeah,
I'll
probably a
have a
few more days.
Science.
You've never heard that word out loud, have you?
Oh.
Well, then we'll leave the girl to you. Is that all right, Senna?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Do be careful, though. She might be meek now, but keep in mind she and her mates came after us.
We'll be right outside. If anything happens, just shout.
I can handle myself, Mimi. But thanks. I will. Okay then. I'm going in.
Is Uni best go, or is Izumi? She seems that way for me. Who's your favorite?
Hi.
It's a good question.
I see you've woken up. How are you feeling? Any pain?
Can confirm faint sensation of pain in cranial region. However, operational efficiency of number 7 remains unaffected.
What?
A sharer, probably.
Okay. That's good. Actually, I'd like to apologize.
Or Mio, I guess.
Before, I didn't realize you were inside that thing, and... Are you okay?
You know what? I am not
No
looking
major
forward
issues
to the fun that
detected.
you're gonna have.
I see.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the fun you're
Anyway,
gonna have with Royal on
If it's all
PC.
right with you, could you tell me something about yourself?
The question lacks specificity. Number 7 cannot respond.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I guess that was a bit wishy-washy, huh? Well, for starters then, are you a Kavesi soldier or are you Agnian?
Kavis, Agnes.
Yeah, that's right. You must know those, right?
Affirmative. However, discrepancy was encountered while processing query.
Huh? What do you mean?
Affiliation of number 7 does not match either of 2 options provided.
Doesn't match. Well, then that only leaves...
Special Mobile Combat Unit under Direct Mobius Command. Alias, Colony 0.
Whoa, you know about Mobius?
Affirmative.
Then, when you attacked us...
Colony 0 soldiers of numbers 7 and below were tasked with eradication of Ouroboros.
Whoa, that's not great. So this girl really is our enemy. I have to warn the others. Although, is that really true? She did attack us, so why is she like this now? What you just told me, it sounded really important.
Yeah,
Won't you get in
Royal
trouble
with
for
mods
saying
is
it?
gonna be...
I was not
Like,
ordered to
Royal
silence
with
on the
mods is
matter.
gonna be fine.
I
Frost
see.
playing Royal with
Okay.
mods is gonna be
Oh,
a shit show.
Shoot, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Senna. What's yours?
I have no name.
Huh?
Number 7 does not possess information under the category name.
You don't have a name? Wait, so this number 7 thing you've been saying all along?
An individual identification number assigned to soldiers of Colony 0. We do not belong to Kevis or Agnes. We are special assets. Publicly, we do not exist. Consequently, records of personal information stored in growth modules are also expunged at the time of birth.
That's crazy.
Shall I consider the questioning to be over?
No, wait. What you just said. You don't think it's strange?
Cannot ascertain purpose of question. Requesting additional clarification.
I mean, for example, that name thing. A colony that calls people by a number, that's so dehumanizing. Don't you feel bad to be called like that? I mean, you're the same as us, after all.
Cannot ascertain purpose of question.
Oh.
Requesting clarification.
Senna. Hey, you okay?
Did you learn anything? Hang on, love, you don't look so good.
What happened, Senna?
Mimi, I don't know what to do.
Hey, Senna. Everything's fine. Let's go somewhere we can talk. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let us go somewhere and talk. Koto will have this. Why?
Better make sure we're well rested. Could you all come round for a second?
Why would you want her to have that?
Colony Zero? Wow. They did seem like more than regular soldiers, but that's wild.
If they're palling around with Mobius, we can't really ignore them, I suppose.
We still have very little information. I think a more thorough investigation is in order.
Okay, but we're talking
And
about...
I guess I just have a...
Senna, what do you think?
Huh? What do I think about what?
You're the one that spoke.
I guess I just have
What's
a
your gut telling you?
weird philosophy when it comes to modding, where I don't like modding
she just
in like
answered
huge
them.
gameplay changes.
Even though she attacked us, she doesn't seem hostile or violent. And when I spoke to
Like
her,
whenever I
she was
mod
literally
games, I
answering
usually just
questions.
mod
It didn't feel like a conversation at all.
like
She looks like us, but is actually a whole
community
different kind of
patches
being.
and
That's how I felt.
graphics
And then I
changes.
got scared of her, and
I'm sorry.
I don't
Senna.
like adding in mods that change the
Senna,
gameplay too
give us
much.
your honest
I
opinion.
find that really boring.
Do you think she's an enemy?
I don't really know yet. That's kind of why I'd like to try talking to her again, I think.
What do you mean? You just said you were scared of her.
I am, it's true, but I want to make sure I got the right idea, and that's stronger than my fear. Not just about if she's an enemy, but also about who she actually is, how she thinks and feels.
I get it. You need a bit more time for that, sure.
Right. I also want to say sorry for leaving without saying anything last time. Okay then. If you're doing a house visit and apologizing at once, how about a little gift to grease the wheels?
Oh, Senna, you could bring her your onigiri.
Onigiri?
It's a portable Agnian snack made of packed boiled myth rice.
They're lovely and salty, especially the way Senna makes them. They really hit the spot after a long training session.
Huh? You can make food?
Oh, of course I can. Onigiri, at least. Oh, wait. But we don't have any myth rice.
They should have decent reserves in Colony Lambda.
Hey, nice. No, hang on. How'd you know that off the top of your head?
Commander Izzard likes them. The onigiri.
Well, that's just peachy then. Hope he doesn't mind sharing.
Thanks, you guys.
Oh, whoops. What are you WTFing?
Ah, that's making me hungry.
Morning, Luck. How you doing? No, I don't know what. What's the WTF for? I always thought the Praetor demons were actually called Petras. Praetor means black woman in Portuguese, and that's weird for that type of enemy. Oh, I know which ones you're talking about. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Ah, that's making me hungry.
What the fuck is that second game? That's Ring Fit Adventure. It's the only game I own physically.
Man, I haven't made onigiri in a minute.
I haven't played it recently. When
That's nice.
when I restarted my Switch, it automatically went to the first game in the row. And then obviously when I switched back to playing Xenoblade then went to the first game and it moved Ring Fit to the second slot. But still, even if I did play it recently, what's your point? I am a 35-year-old obese man, okay? I need to lose weight somehow. I never leave my house, so I've got to get exercise in somehow.
Senna, wait. This time around, we'd like to sit in on the conversation too.
Huh? But I thought...
No worries. We'll hang back and watch. We're happy to let you do the talking.
Okay then.
If it's a physical game, I believe physical games in the Switch default to the first spot. Yeah, if you fully switch off your Switch and then turn it back on, physical games default to the first slot. And because it's the only physical game that I own, it's been in my Switch since I bought it.
No, that's not why I'm here.
I will admit though, I did buy Ring Fit Adventure a year and a half ago. I have played it twice.
Visit again and bring you a little something. I figured you might be hungry. They're called onigiri?
Yes.
I'm not very good at this, so they're about the only thing I can make.
Yes.
But I can guarantee they're tasty, and actually, Mimi says so too.
I'm not doing a Ring Fit stream.
I mean, Mio. She's...
Yes.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Please, feel free to eat.
I will eat.
How about it then?
Cannot ascertain purpose of question.
Are they tasty? Did I make them right?
With regard to first question, number 7, comforter, tasty, to be accurate, assessment.
Oh, really? That's good to hear.
In regard to second, application of manual pressure resulting in compaction and higher cohesion, also showing excess salt level.
Oh. No, wait, that's the best part. Isn't it nice and chewy?
Affirmative.
Huh?
Number 7 has not taken sustenance in this form before. Currently considering that others of Colony 0 may also enjoy the experience.
Oh, you think so?
Particularly number 9 seem to be growing disaffected with the rations being distributed. And number 3, whose calorie intake
I bought it a few months ago. It's still in the box. I need colder weather before I try. Yeah, I'm the same way. It's way too hot to be getting exercise.
Pursuant to guidance from number 6. Huh. Is there a problem?
No, it's nothing. Oh, but if it's okay with you, could I ask
Want
you
to see
tell me
ghosts dead, out of breath, sweaty voice? Oh
explanation.
god. Why you gotta say things like that?
So, were the onigiri tasty?
You already have a sufficient reply to this question.
Have you come to like the onigiri I made?
Affirmative.
Well, that's good then. I'll make them for you again sometime.
Yes.
Well, she eats like normal, and she can handle small talk.
Yeah, there's nothing suspicious about her. Except she talks funny, but whatever.
Let's let Senna keep her talking for a bit longer.
Hey, you said you didn't have a name.
Recollection of making such a statement exists.
Well, then, what about Sigiri?
Perhaps this is some sort of code or cipher.
No, I was asking what you thought about Sigiri for a name.
Cannot follow logic behind query. Requesting more rational explanation.
You're using difficult words again. I just didn't want to keep only calling you, you.
The designation number 7 is...
Right. I just took the se part from 7 and tacked on the giri from onigiri. Sagiri.
Failure to comprehend basis for utilizing this nomenclature.
What is this?
Well, it's because you said you liked onigiri just then.
Whoa. Senna, don't you think you're taking it a bit far?
Yeah, love. Did you lose your brain at the gym or something?
109.95.
I don't think I see what you're after here.
Whoa, when did everyone get so mean? I think it's a great name, Sigiri.
Yeah, I think so too, actually. It seems really, friendly, somehow.
That plus The Last of Us Part
It's not
1,
really like you to come out with something like this, Senna.
which is 124.95.
Well, maybe so.
Plus Call of Duty
But
Modern
maybe
Warfare
I don't
2.
think it's right to call a person by a number.
109.95. Jesus. 3 games
Hey,
for
I'm sorry. I let my mouth run away from me.
359.85.
I understand if you felt
That's
hurt by it.
ridiculous.
Regulations contain no special provisions on restricting designation.
Huh?
Number 7 has no authority based on which to reject proposed designations, whatever they may be.
Does that mean we can call you Sigiri and you won't mind?
Affirmative.
Well, there you have it then. Affirmative.
Nicely done, Senna.
Yeah, thanks. The girl might still be a total mystery, but really, it wouldn't have been right to call her number 7.
What was the point of getting out of the cutscene just to talk to her again?
What happened?
A coded transmission from Colony 0. The Mobius Consul F is requesting parley with Ouroboros.
The Mobius is requesting what?
Number 7 will use Own Iris as relay to forward the transmission to you.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my young Ouroboros friends. I am F, and before we go further, I would like to sincerely apologize for the discourtesy of this method of introduction.
Ugh, what a shameless slug. He thinks we'll forget he tried to kill us.
You say you want to parley. How do you imagine that will go at this point?
I'm certain you will feel guarded, and rightly so. And yet with that acknowledged, I would like to offer an opening of negotiations with you.
Negotiations?
Should you accept my invitation, I will rescind the extermination order on you Ouroboros. Colony Zero will henceforth no longer concern itself with your comings and goings.
Oh, that'd be swell! If we were stupid enough to trust your word.
And your demands?
The bodily return of number 7.
Huh?
And that's it? That's all it would take for you to never fight with us again?
Yes, you have my guarantee, and that of the whole of Colony Zero.
Are you joking? You're Mobius. You'd throw away 1 or 2 soldiers without batting an eye.
Certainly some consuls do display such callousness, a deplorable state of affairs. But not I. I hold the light of life possessed by Colony Zero to be of the utmost importance. Naturally, that includes number 7. That is precisely why I have reached out to you, nominally my enemies, even with the concomitant difficulties acknowledged.
Are you telling the truth?
Come on, Senna, don't fall for it.
Can you give us a guarantee that you aren't lying to us right now?
Of course, is what I'd love to say, but naturally simple words are never enough to engender trust. I know.
I've had your mouse since
I've sent
2016.
the current coordinates of Colony Zero to number 7. We shall remain
Sometimes think how many insects die every day by jumping into some hole and soft locking themselves IRL.
Bring number 7 with you.
So you think giving us your location will make us
We
trust
should
you?
strive to remove every hole
How do we
from
know
the
this isn't a
planet.
trap?
I don't know.
In such a circumstance, you would possess a handy hostage in number
I've always
7.
thought it was weird that nobody
Trust I need
weaponizes
say
the
no.
iris display. Seems like the perfect
Has this guy heard the way
thing
he
with spam
sounds?
to disrupt enemies.
Of course, that is not what any of us really want. My
Oh, I see
desire
what you
is
mean.
to see number 7 safely returned to me. That is all. Number 7,
Yes?
I am tasking you with guiding them to Colony Zero. Follow their command until you return.
Compliance.
And number 7,
Yes?
we've all been worried about you. That will be all. I will eagerly anticipate the day when we meet in more favorable circumstances.
By the Consul's authority, number 7 is hereby assigned to the Ouroboros' command as an exceptional measure for the duration. Pending your decision on the outcome of the proposed
Doing best girl
exchange,
quest.
I
You think
await your command
Sigiri
to
is
depart.
best girl?
Well, this was unexpected.
Sigiri, what do we do with you?
Nah, see. Sigiri can't be best girl when Ashera and Alexandria are right there.
Wait, are you serious? You really trust that consul?
Sigiri has a mech
Of
suit?
course I don't. Not entirely. I know it could be a
Yeah,
trap as well, but still.
maybe.
If, and this is a big if, okay? If he was telling the truth earlier, then we won't have to fight with Sigiri and her friends. And more importantly, I'm sure there are people waiting for her there. So, for all those reasons, I thought...
Well, either way, things can't stay like this forever.
Rather than make speculation after speculation and do nothing, you want to set something in motion.
It's also possible, if unlikely, that we might be able to talk it through.
All right. Can you tell us where Colony Zero is right now?
Atia region, Capricorn Peak.
Huh? Wait, isn't that... That's where we fought against those guys, ain't it?
The point where Colony Zero is stationed is located even further in.
That explains why you were lying in wait for us there.
However, the geographical feature called the Noclia Mire is located en route. Entering it is predicted to have severe negative impact on your biological processes.
Then how do you guys get through?
A Pharaon's environmental hazard resistance can temporarily neutralize poisonous materials.
What's a Pharaon? Oh, is that the thing you were riding inside?
Affirmative. Consequently, traversal through the afflicted area will necessitate retrieval and refurbishing of the abandoned Pharaon suit.
We can ask Riku to fix it up. Will that be okay with you?
No objections.
Oh, if Riku must, we'll not leave friends in lurch.
All right then. Just be patient for us a little while longer, okay, Sigiri?
Compliance.
Alright, retrieve the Farron. Oh, that thing. Alright. So Farron is the smaller ones, and then Pharaonis is the big version, I guess. What is even the plot of this game?
Something so valuable here.
It would take way too long to explain. I've been playing it for, what, 3 weeks now? Oh, just over 3 weeks? So there's a lot to catch up on. Also, I'm playing SMT5. Is there any way to get back my original essence after using another one?
It looked like
I
problem mostly cosmetic.
don't
Riku have it
believe
working in
so.
no time flat. And ready. Riku proud of own handiwork.
And how does it look to you? Can you still use it?
Power lines clear. All sensors online. Farron Unit number 7, fully operational.
That sounds good. Are you ready to guide us?
Yeah, if I remember rightly, once you use an essence, the essence is gone. You've inherited a traversal skill from Sigiri. You can now safely traverse fields where previously you would take environmental damage. Hooray! I can now walk in poison. Now I have a Gundam on my team.
Is that?
Well, there's going to be other ways for you to get that stuff.
Environmental resistance field deployed. Hazardous elements will be neutralized.
Because you can get as many essences as you want from normal enemies. I think the only essences that are one-time use are the Aogami essences, if I remember rightly. And maybe the boss ones, but I could be wrong. Oh, I only have one healer. That's not good.
I'd say we were moving in sync, right, Tile?
How are we gonna do this? I think what we do is we switch. You to a tank. Yeah, we'll switch you to a tank for now. And then we're gonna switch you to the healer version. That should be fine. Yeah, we're like 2 healers, 2 tanks, 3 DPS. Alright, got it. You needed to not be weak to dark for the first boss. Does that Gundam have hamsters? I don't understand the question. You've been taught to climb up vines, climb up sandy slopes and zipline down ropes, and now you've been taught to not take damage from hazards. Yes. And the high level zones have poison pools. Yeah, because there was an area over, where was it? Here. Like, this is all poison swamp and everything. So it's gonna make going through this area a lot easier. Plus there's like a unique that you fight in this little pool here that I was waiting to get poison traversal for. I managed to get the other side of this without the skill. There was nothing in the cave and it was suspicious. Was he talking about the lore here? Oh, I see what you mean.
So what now?
Number 7 seems uninjured. Thank you for this magnanimous measure. As promised, Colony Zero's order to eradicate Ouroboros will be rescinded. You have my word that we will never again darken your doorsteps, figuratively speaking.
Talk is cheap, man.
Oh, I assure you, the soldiers of Colony Zero are most faithful. They would never disobey an issued order. What's more, I personally have nothing but the deepest respect for you all. After all, you did tend to my dear number 7 and brought her back to me unscathed. I offer you my sincere, heartfelt thanks.
Yeah, all right.
This doesn't sit right with me.
Oh, I've just had the greatest idea. Number 7, you and our guests have traveled long and far to arrive here. Why don't we introduce them to the rest of the Colony Zero personnel?
Compliance.
I think we're actually fine.
Nonsense, no need to be shy. We need to tie a bond of trust between us, and where better to start than with a round of introductions?
Sigiri, are you alright with that?
Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The consul's word is absolute.
Sigiri's immune to it, so we're immune to it, kind of thing.
Number 7, show your face to everyone. I'm sure they'd like that. Number 4 has also been worried about you.
Yes. Number 4?
Number 4 is number 7's right-hand man. With number 7 absent, he had to take over the reins instead.
He means like being an aide, then?
Sigiri, does that make you the commander? Parts of the definition appeared discrepant, but on the whole, there are no major issues with that denomination.
You could have told us, you know.
I have no record of the fact being queried.
You noticed it too, right, Tyon?
Yeah, and I can't make sense of it. The consul's attitude is one thing, but more importantly...
The Pharaonis. The one thing a colony needs, and there's no sign of it here. Or maybe it's just something completely different from the colonies we know.
A special unit under direct Mobius command.
Why don't we just ask him?
Were we too hasty coming here?
For Senna's sake.
He seems to be
that girl she trusts.
pretty forthcoming with information.
So much to see, huh?
So there's a unique at the end of
More colonies
this
out there.
area somewhere.
Number 7. I'm relieved to see you back safe.
Number 4. No status abnormalities?
Keen Chicky
Number
Chicky,
10 and number 8 are
apparently.
currently on a mission, but should be back soon.
Revising query. Are there status abnormalities in number 4's condition?
No. I'm okay. Number 4 can still fight.
However...
Number 7, you're not at fault. If anything, it's my fault. Having such poor abilities in battle. Without disengaging the Farron's limiter, I couldn't fight
Number 4.
What's wrong? What is it?
Sparks.
Oh.
You don't think this is... His flame's leaking.
I'm cold. Number 7? Where? I can't see a thing.
Okay.
Sigiri, what just happened?
Number 4 has given his life to the Pharaoh.
Oi, you better explain yourself.
The Pharaons are powered by life's flames. The flame clocks that impel them are synchronized to those of their passengers.
Wait, did you say flame clocks? Does that make the Pharaons...
Indeed. The design differs, but you could see them as functionally identical to Pharaonesis. In addition, Pharaon flame clocks are fitted with the function to disengage the limiters.
Disengage the limiters?
Doing so allows the Pharaon to burn through the flames that fuel it at an accelerated rate, maximizing the unit's power output. Once the limiter is disengaged, a first-term soldier can perform at a level comparable to a colony's commander. That incandescent power is the pith and marrow of the Pharaons, of Colony Zero's might.
But what is Colony Zero to begin with? Who are you? Who are its soldiers?
You could say we are those who work behind the scenes of this war. Battlefield manipulation, inciting sedition, information control, elimination of third-party forces. It's all due to our ceaseless, thankless efforts that this war can continue unabated, and each life's fate arrives as ordained. In other words, we maintain the fabric of the world. That is the duty which is our pleasure to fulfill.
Nothing but empty words. That's the reason you put your men in those things.
Well, mate, you just showed us your whole ass. I knew you didn't care about the lives of
Gone
your
for
soldiers on the
good,
wall.
remembered forever.
Preposterous! I treasure
Yeah, a
their
bit like
lives above
Mwamba,
any other good.
even
They
though he
are to me
came
the
back.
most exalted substance. Their immaculate lives, sacrificed in service to the world, permeate it and form the basis of the eternity we Mobius covet.
Stop it.
Protecting my innocent lambs whose souls lubricate the gears of the world through a sublime sacrifice. That is the highest calling. Isn't it the loftiest vocation conceivable? Surely you must agree.
Shut up already!
I must beg your pardon. Have I said something to incur your displeasure?
Snuff all of that and snuff you! How dare you!
How could someone like you think for a second you treasure Sigiri? You have no right! We'll bring you down right here and now. Sigiri and everyone will be free from the flame clocks.
But what in the blazes has brought this on? I told you from the start, I had no intention of fighting you.
Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, Mwamba's back.
Well, it seems unavoidable now. It seems the negotiations have broken down. Truly regrettable, and yet perhaps inevitable. All Farron units, heed my call. You are ordered to disengage your limiters. Number 7, your orders. Bring all your might to bear and crush the Ouroboros!
Sigiri, listen! You don't...
Compliance. Commencing Ouroboros annihilation.
Sigiri.
I know how you must feel, but for now we have to fight, Senna.
What happened to the Muppet guy?
Units fallen and stand by.
He's still around.
What's this? Consul, a report.
What's the matter, number 7?
Large expenditure of life's flames is forecast if limiters are disengaged for combat. Proposal following analysis of all units' flame totals. Restrict limiter disengagement to unit number 7.
I see.
What? What's she doing? She's trying to get her mates out of fighting.
Number 7, I recognize your unparalleled radiance. It brings you honor.
But...
Now behold, by my authority as consul, I order you, all Farron units, disengage limiters.
Sigiri! That snuffer. Just when I thought he couldn't go lower.
Oh, number 7. Truly you are a marvel. The cry wafting from your spirit, it will water this endless world and make it bloom eternal.
First off, let's deal with these guys.
Yeah. Just wait, Sigiri. We'll get you out of this mess, I promise!
Ouroboros will be
Can I get there? Yes. Easy. The 1 cycle, let's go.
Sigiri, please! Just snap out of it! You don't have to follow these orders! Sigiri! You're free to do what you want!
Seki. Free. To...
Well now. What a curious phenomenon. Number 7, I'm changing your orders. Kill that Ouroboros first. Top priority.
Comply it.
Don't do it, Sigiri!
That's an order, number 7. Number 7, what are you...
Huh?
Got him.
Sigiri! Are you okay? Please talk to me, Sigiri!
Number 4.
Huh?
Number 4. Don't go. Number 7. Will protect. Number 4. Everyone.
No, no Fs for that guy.
Noah, please. For Sigiri. For them all.
Right.
The Mobius warning level can't get any higher.
With the Consul's death in the line of duty, Colony Zero's chain of command is broken. Number 7 currently has no duties to perform, and no orders to follow.
That means you don't have to fight us anymore.
However, it is a matter of record that Number 7 took hostile action against Ouroboros. Perhaps you wish to mete out an appropriate punishment.
Sigiri, you did nothing wrong. Really, we should be thanking you.
Thanking? Why would that be?
I mean, before, you attacked the Consul instead of us, so you held back from fighting us, and thanks to that, we were able to take down the Consul. Anyway, that's enough about that. Now it's time to think to the future, right?
I cannot comprehend.
Huh?
Why do you speak to Number 7 that way? Under what orders and from whom? Why did Number 7 disobey orders? Why did I not attack you as instructed? Requesting swift reply. Furthermore, requesting orders.
Sigiri.
Number 7 is confused. I do not know what actions to take.
I know what it's like to feel lost, uncertain, not know where to turn. But even you must have some things you think you'd really like to do, right?
Number 7 does not have thoughts matching that description.
In that case, let's put our heads together. Let's think of things you might want to do.
Is that an order?
Nuh-uh. Nobody's giving you orders anymore. From now on, Sigiri, the only orders you should follow are your own.
The situation described does not conform to the accepted definition of orders.
It was just like a metaphor, or was it a simile?
I really cannot comprehend. But although I cannot comprehend, Sigiri gives orders to Number 7. If the circumstances be interpreted this way, then Sigiri, I, may be able to comprehend.
Oh, Sigiri.
Is it odd?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure it's exactly right. Since, after all, you're free now. So, Sigiri,
you're all free now.
Top priority should be to investigate what it is that I want to do. More data must be gathered before this is ascertained.
That sounds very like you, but I think you're making it too complicated. It doesn't have to be just one thing, and it can be anything, really.
It can be anything?
Yep, anything at all.
In that case,
Yes? Did you think of something?
Right now, I think I'd like
Okay, hello.
one of your onigiri, Senna.
How are you doing?
By the way, I wanted to ask about the Pharaon. I suppose there's no way to use them anymore.
That statement is incorrect.
Oh, really?
Motive function can be restored by switching to alternative power source using ether cylinders. Power output will be inferior to the original flame clock system, and the limiter can't be removed, but shouldn't hinder combat. I will be able to fight on.
Wow, that's great news. Do you think we can ask you to fight by our side again then?
Understood. Pharaon Unit Number 7 will gladly join Ouroboros Battle Unit.
We'll be counting on you then, Sigiri.
I wonder who the class inheritor can be, and if it's anyone other than Senna, I'm going to be very confused.
Ouroboros command structure accepted.
Of course. Weakens enemies to raise damage, extends debuffs to weaken all enemies. Okay, so it's a debuffer, essentially. So wait, do we all get cool robots? What? We don't get cool robots? Wait, actually we must get cool robots if we fight, right?
You line him up, I'll knock him down.
No? You don't get cool robots?
I'll take real good care of the... You line him up, I'll knock him down.
Ah, no robot.
I'll take real good care of the bad guys.
I'm actually very disappointed in that. Alright, get Sigiri out of there.
Being with you guys.
Bring Miyabi back in. Actually, you know what? I will make you the robot. Because I need to make you a DPS anyway. So we're going to switch you back to this. Actually, no, you're supposed to be a healer. What am I doing? Healer. This one. No? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, healer. I don't have a signifier anymore. I always thought that stomach growling sounds were cartoon jokes, but then it started to actually happen to you last year. I mean, do you never get hungry? Oh, you're right, it is listed as a Kevers. Maybe it's purely from a gameplay standpoint as opposed to a thematical standpoint, right? So maybe it's listed as Kevers because some of the moves that you can use for it would be OP if you could just refill them by doing damage. They need to be on a cooldown, like a timer-based cooldown for a reason. Or maybe there is like some sort of story reason for it. Who knows?
Good to add more names. Good to add more names. Good to add more names.
Okay, there's supposed to be a unique to fight here.
Good to add more names.
We'll even come back.
Don't let your guard down.
No problem now.
You've adopted 10 dysfunctional children. And one of them talks like a robot for some reason. Well... yeah. Yeah, I get the feeling that this isn't gonna do anything.
We just had to persevere. We just had to persevere. We just had to persevere. It's looking complete.
It's looking complete.
We just had to persevere.
Cool.
We're going up in the world.
All right. Time to move onwards and upwards. Funny thing is, like, I used to just not eat breakfast or take lunch to school. I just couldn't be bothered. I'd only eat 9 hours after I wake up. I never had this happen. Huh.
An ether channel.
First episode of the House of the Dragon. Oh, the Game of Thrones thing.
This is new. Oh, that's a rare one.
That's rare.
Hmm.
Ooh, something's coming down.
Yeah, I'm sure the people that liked Game of Thrones will
Worth a bit, right?
will like it just fine. They'll probably find something to complain about, obviously, but yeah, I'm happy for the people that will like it. Oh, I think it's this. Yep, there it is.
Is this like a rare thing?
Come here, you.
Keep your heads or lose them.
I'm so ready for this.
I need you, Mia. First blood.
Volcano cannon.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Good thing we found this.
The show was connected to Game of Thrones plot-wise. Overall, was pretty different. I was half expecting you to drop the like 50 explosive barrels for a second. Set a few hundred years before.
We'll get some good use out of this.
Hmm. Okay, so that's that area connected now. Let's see if I can get up there. Doesn't look like we'll be able to from this side. Maybe. Oh, maybe I can. Hello. Yeah, easy.
I'll need a hand here.
I'm on it.
This time Dumb and Dumber and not the writers. Wait, who are Dumb and Dumber? Was that a thing in Game of Thrones? Was the writing not very good? Quite a rare doodah.
I think we're about halfway to the summit. We've just got to stick it out a little longer then.
Oh, I see. It all went downhill when they ran out of source material.
Oh, that's a real
Okay.
one. This is something decent, right?
So this time it's being headed up by people that might actually know how to write a semi-competent TV show. The thing is, chances are I probably won't watch it, right? There would need to be a good enough reason for me to watch it. But it's the kind of thing where it's like, I wouldn't even want or need for it to be a good Game of Thrones show, right? I would just want it to be a good show. Because I don't have any particular investment in Game of Thrones as a whole. Like, I don't really care about Game of Thrones as such.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
Man, even without a Signifer on my team, I still had so many buffs coming in.
Said psst. What's up? So, you've got M's memories. Uni, why are we whispering? Roll with it. I do, yeah. Why, though? So tell me stuff. Tell you what stuff? Stuff about the Queen and Mobius. Anything you got. But like what exactly? Like how the two are connected? Any secrets? Or where they are?
Oi, no giving out exclusives.
Lance?
We want to know this stuff too, right?
Well, I suppose. But still.
Yeah. I trust Mimi. If it was important, I'm sure she'd tell us everything.
And since she's not saying, there's a reason, right?
If it's about the Queen,
That's the weird part. They knew how to write a good television. It's just that if they didn't have any books left,
the Queen's bound to know
their new
things that
ideas
Em
got
didn't.
progressively worse. Okay. Based on Fire and Blood,
You're just gonna pass the buck?
which is pretty much a history
Well,
book.
I suppose so.
He has more say on what happens in this show? Okay.
Hey, no grumbling. I'm in the same levelness as you. Okay?
All right. I'll yield. Might as well save my appetite for the main course.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any particular attachment to Game of Thrones as a series or anything. So, like, I won't go out of my way to watch it, but I could see myself
Maybe we should take a break?
watching it with someone. Who the hell is this? Oh, it's these two fuckers again. The big unseen monster.
I see some relations have changed.
Alright.
We're quite well traveled by now, huh? Better make sure we're well rested.
Level up.
I definitely feel stronger.
let's have a chat.
Let's lay out the facts.
About Colony Zero's future. It's pretty hype though. Everyone was skeptical when the show was announced, but it's a good start. 9.0 on IMDb and 85 plus on RT. That's pretty good. And I guess it makes a change for there to be like a decent episodic, like weekly TV show, right? Because in the era of streaming services kind of dumping all of their TV shows, like the entire series in one go, and people just kind of binge watch it, I guess it's I guess it's good for people to have something to look forward to every week. Miss the days of being able to binge watch an entire series on release. I'm trying to think of the last time I did that.
Everyone, time to head out.
It's honestly been so long since I actually watched any TV.
Mio, are we there yet?
Not long now. Hang in there.
I think the last thing I like massively binged watched was I watched every episode of the Danganronpa anime in one night. That was it. That's all I did.
Good thing we found this.
Watched all of Sandman on Netflix in 2 days. How many episodes is that?
Don't try to stop us. Safest colonies with me on the job. That's the weak point.
Can't let you show me
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
Show us what you got, Senna.
Way too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
First blood.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Oh, I actually have to cook something now. Yes. Oh, it was only 10 episodes. Guess there are 11 now. They released a new one for some reason. Oh, were they not supposed to release a new one? Or was it because the series was over, so they didn't need to release a new one? Getting the yawns in early, apparently. Oh, Jesus. Well, no idea. I haven't seen the 11th episode yet, but the 10th episode didn't seem like it needed an 11th for season 2, sure. Oh, okay. So, like... Maybe it's just an episode that, like, bridges the gap between a new season. Although, I guess people usually do that once a new season has been announced / is scheduled to come out, right? They'll usually do, like, a one-off episode. I guess if a season 2 hasn't been announced yet. So we finished that quest, and now we're on to the next one.
I see some relations have changed.
Ooh. So close to getting max rank with Colony 4, let's go. Oh, I see, a bonus like a Christmas holiday episode, okay. Got ya, got ya. Oh, God.
That's making me hungry.
Come on, Bam Bam, you can make it. Alright, a hovering reef. Bloody hell, all the way over there. With my endless supply of ether currents.
Oops, they found us. All good reinforcements.
You itching to get wrecked?
Wait, Mysterious Center Island?
All good reinforcements. Demons gotta face me.
Thanks! I need you, Mia!
Gales hit 'em over and over.
Well done, Unit.
Overfall.
Locked and loaded.
Demon Slayer practically broke away. Jackal
Phantom Slap! We can do this! Unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Oh.
Watch your footing, guys.
This does not look like the kind of area where mushrooms would grow. Oh, okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Oh no!
Everyone, I'm sorry, everyone. I'll do my best.
Keep your heads or lose them.
I'll do what I can.
Perfect time. I need you, Mia. Phantom Slap! Phantom Slap! I think we made them mad. Let's go!
There we go. I can't move. Alright, I think I know what you're talking about, right? It's like right in the middle here. Probably get a better view from here. You're talking about that there, right? Yeah, I honestly don't know. The thing is, it looks a little bit like the area where you fight Shulk in Xenoblade 2. Like, not so much the location, but like it has that sort of similar aesthetic, like with the flooring and the sort of like pillars that are rising up around the circle. If I'm even remembering that right, it's been a couple of years since I played Xenoblade 2, but it kind of gives me that. Oh fuck, a duck. It gives me that same vibe.
Ah, that's making me hungry.
What does sense of danger do? Oh. Not very much. Still got a lot of arts to get. Ooh, we might actually be strong enough to fight immovable Gonzalez now. Okay, well that's a triple-digit enemy. Probably not good enough to fight Obliterator Centario yet. Ruthless Groken we can get though. And Spartan Fennec. Yeah, why haven't I got either of these? So one's in the Faunus region. Which is the region I'm in now. What am I looking for? Ruthless Groken? Okay, I know where that is. And then Hinterlass. Oh, okay, yeah, I know which one Spartan Fennec is now. Let's just grab this one while I remember.
Here's a tough customer. Keep your heads or lose them.
I'm so ready for this.
First blood. I need you, Mia.
Oh yeah, this fast charge has to stack, surely. Oh wow. I'm going to be cutting this too close again, I think. No, I'm not letting an Ouroboros attack destroy him. Elegant maelstrom.
Do you think this plan
Still no side break. Come on. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, that's some decent damage, decent hits. Okay, thank God. Let's go... Oh, we have to go lands. I could probably have been better. Still no break. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep risking it?
Something so valuable here.
I actually don't know why I keep risking that. Because I like the biscuit. Oh, it's true. I am a fan of biscuits. I got a question for you, Athurum. Now that you don't have anything to do for like 3 weeks or whatever, how bored are you? Beep, beep, beep. Not at all. I have a crap ton of stuff to do around the house while I watch my favourite streamer. Oh yeah, that's me. But that's except that last bit. That's not me. I don't know who Ghost TVs is. Hooray! I have reached max rank with this colony. Jesus. This looks like the Path of Exile skill tree. Alright, so we've got this one, which we actually want to go and do because there is another unique to go and fight down here. And I can run through poison now.
No problem now.
Actually, how many knock-on coins do I have? 83.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
We can do it, no doubt about it. I'm here to help.
Keep on pelting.
Hooray!
Hey, this feels pretty good.
Clinches it.
Give me a break. We all worked hard for that.
Oh, there is a way up there. Why didn't I see that before?
This should prove useful later.
Still don't know what to do with these, like, odd shards.
That smarts. No problem now.
Okay, there should be a unique in this little poison pool over here. There it is.
Keep your heads or lose them.
I don't think we'll run into any issues.
Make this quick.
Just where it hurts the most.
Let's move, Kyle.
You guys, I won't leave anyone behind.
On your feet, then. You are just throwing a towel.
I'm fine now. Go!
Imperial!
All yours. My turn.
Uh-oh. Well, I chained attack. I did the chain attack early, and I still didn't get it in time to get the fucking launch. What is going on? And then resisted the break. I did it specifically because I wanted the launch bonus. Well, I was basing it on the timer in the to the left of the health bar.
I've got an idea. All right. Only above and beyond.
Still no break. How awful is it that I have a healer on 134? 134 points. $196 healer. Let's do this one again, I guess.
Your fate was sealed when you rose against us. I'm holding your heel. I'll make it count. Wait, everyone get ready.
Is this gonna get to 100? I just want to see how high I can get Mio's point total, to be honest. Fuck it. Hey, no, we're good. 200. a 281 point healer. If I remember rightly, there is a hero that makes it so that the next character that acts doesn't... Oh no, I think there's a hero whose skill makes it so that if they break the 100-point barrier, it doesn't break it. Like, it doesn't end the chain. $305 points. The thing is, I could still use that ability even if Mio wasn't a healer, so like I could make her a 300-point damage or tank or something. The thing is, if I made her a tank, she would just keep bringing herself back every time.
Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Because the tank ability makes it so that they always bring back the highest point character. And if she's the highest point character, she'll just keep bringing herself back. And I can guarantee amazings every time. But on top of that as well, so Fiona's ability is actually really good as well. Because what Fiona does is, if she's used in the like orders section, she actually refills part of the chain attack gauge, which means you can actually do extra attacks. Apparently it usually fills it up by one section, so you can get one extra attack in, but if you're playing on easy, it fills it up by 2 segments, so you can get 2 extra attacks in.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
It's already getting dark. So much to see, huh?
Ancient storehouse.
We can make use of this.
This is something decent, right?
Okay, I think I've fully explored this area now. Let's have a look. Oh, there's a little bit more poisony stuff over here to explore.
No problem now.
And we're done. Oh, this tree is definitely going to be important at some point, right? There's no way that random tree over there is not going to be important to something. Oh, Septile, hello. How are you doing?
I'll claim the ether here.
Making pancakes. Oh, nice. I actually cannot remember the last time I made pancakes. I just buy pancakes pre-made now. I've become very lazy in my old age. What is your go-to like pancake toppings, I guess, would you call it? I don't know if that's the right word to use. Your go-to pancake accessories.
Is this like a rare thing?
Hooray. More Nopon coins. Okay, we got Mini Storm. Boost damage against enemies performing arts. Okay. I guess I could try and level someone. For her Ascension quest, we need Senna at 10. The Seraph Ascension, we need... Tyon at 10. For me, Abby's... I guess we could level up Troubadour and go do that Ascension quest. Probably also do this one. Yeah, fuck it. How are people getting on with learning classes? Okay, he's not doing too badly with that. I've just noticed I only have one tank. Okay, I should be able to go to here. You normally just make 3 holes in the middle and then put butter on them. So the butter melts through them. I don't really put anything else on them. Oh, okay. So you're not much of a syrup or like bacon kind of person.
Ah, that's making me hungry. Are you guys hungry?
It seems pretty lively over there. What's the occasion?
I'm a pretty big fan of
Some kind of cooking contest.
custard.
Maybe they're preparing for it.
Custard and maybe just a bit of chocolate sauce.
Think they'd let me participate?
Huh?
Big fan of that.
Lambs?
Me? Nah. I'm all about the eating. Think of all that grub.
Ah, maybe I should join too.
Hey there, folks.
Travis, Monica, we just heard about this cooking contest.
Yeah? It's kind of a tradition around here. You know how the world is. Can't set foot outside without putting yourself in danger. People are going stir crazy, all shut up with nowhere to go. They need a bit of light entertainment to diffuse some of that stress. So these contests are kind of a regular thing.
This seems like the perfect opportunity for you to join in.
To sample the food? Ah, I'm afraid the judges are selected by majority vote. They've already been decided well in advance.
Shame.
That said, the winning dishes do get shared among the audience.
So, you'd like us to join as chefs?
Yes! Count Manana in! Manana been champing at bit for cookery action!
Yeah, this event's pretty much made for Manana.
Word.
Could I join as well?
I like your spirit. You're both very welcome.
Looks like you'll have your work cut out for you, eh, boss?
You said it, Travis. I'll let you prepare the lucky spice.
Oh, crap, not that stuff.
There are no binding rules, no themes to follow. You're free to make whatever you like. But you are expected to bring your own ingredients. Once you have them, take them to Michiba at her canteen. She'll hold on to them for you.
Hearing loud and clear.
I'll see you at the contest then.
Looking forward to it. Manana not pull punches. We rivals now, Miss Miyabi. Yes, let's do this.
Since when did you learn to cook, Miyabi? You never told me.
I've only dabbled, really.
What does the what does putting 3 holes into it actually do?
Ingredients, eh?
Hold on. We haven't even decided what we're going to make yet.
Ah, just testing it.
Before we decide, maybe we should ask around the city first. See what kind of foods they like. Their favorite seasonings. That should give us enough to make a start on.
True. We need some kind of direction to start with before we can think about making anything.
Something on your mind, Mio?
I was just thinking, it's unusual for Miyabi to voice her interest in something like this. Before, she'd always tried to avoid anything that involved competition. So this is kind of a surprise.
Huh, I see. Well, all the more reason for us to cheer her on.
Yeah.
Do.
Alright, asking time. Who do we ask?
Habibi.
All right.
I think we'd be better off asking the folk at the canteen, no?
They must know lots about the contest.
to make. Are you guys hungry?
It mostly lets the butter go to the inside, personally makes it taste better. Oh, I see. So you put holes in it and then put the butter in it so that it can like seep into the pancake from the sides rather than just letting it lay on top. You actually infuse the pancake with the butter rather than just having it as like a... having it resting. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I wonder if you could do that with other things as well.
People were saying she won the contest before.
Whether it's not just the butter. Couldn't you just put butter into, like, extra butter into the mix? Wouldn't that achieve the same thing?
Thanks, everyone. We've heard from lots of people now.
Okay, do we want to go through it all then?
Let's make the most of our break, guys. Where should I start?
Smooshing rice, refreshing piranha hacks, glitter radishes, and soy primo sauce.
Where to from here?
Oh, I've already got most of it by the looks of it.
Oh, Boxy. Maybe we should ask her.
Boxy?
Boxy!
Oh, hey, Miyabi. You're with your friends today?
Yes. Sorry if we're bothering you.
Not at all. Not at all. Always nice to see you. So what brings you here?
Actually, I've decided to enter the cooking contest.
Oh, really?
I'd like it if you came. I'm going to try as hard as I can.
Sweetie, I would love to. I'll be cheering you on all the way.
There's one other thing. I have a request, if it's not too much trouble.
Tell me, anything I can do to help?
Would you mind sharing some of your soy primo sauce? Your homemade recipe?
My sauce is going to feature. This just keeps getting better and better. Please, take as much as you need.
Oh dear.
I'm sure it'll be enough, but if by any chance you run out, just swing by again.
Oxy's soy primo sauce.
Romero absolutely loves that sauce. I've got jars full of the stuff.
Thank you so much.
You're getting awfully worked up about all this. Just relax and enjoy the experience.
Yes, Mum. Oh.
Now, what did I just say?
Good to add more names.
I'm going to take the ingredients to the canteen.
Ah, that's making me hungry.
Great. That should be the last of Miyabi's ingredients.
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Now for bananas. What was on the list again?
Was Mottle Marble Aries meat? Killjoy crusted meat? Cozy Rogel egg gems and Lucky Marin thick cuts? Might be bit tricksy for friends, but Manana have confidence.
I have to say, I'm getting a little psyched for this.
Oh, I don't have any of this.
Me too.
I started replaying Inazuma 11 Go 1 for a scout-only run, and I forgot how different the first game is to the other two Go games. Like, they changed things so the Go 1 looks out of place. Oh, I see. So 2 and 3 kind of play somewhat the same, but because Go 1 is so different. I guess that makes sense.
It got the blood pumping at least.
Okay, at least it tells me where I can get all of these things. Hang on, there was something. Inazuma 11 games. I think I've looked through this before. Last time we talked about this. Because we were talking about which games to get. So there's Inazuma 11 for the 3DS, then there's Inazuma 11 2, Firestorm and Blizzard. Then there's Inazuma 11 Strikers for the Wii. Probably have to skip that one. Then there's Inazuma 11 3, Lightning Bolt, Bomb Blast, and Team Ogre Attacks. Team Ogre Attacks seems like it's a separate thing. Is Inazuma 11 3 a little bit like the third version of a Pokemon game? So you start off with Lightning Bolt and Bomb Blast, and then Team Ogre Attacks is a like combined version, or what? And then there's Inazuma 11 Go, Shadow and Light, then Chrono Stones Wildfire, and Chrono Stones Thunder Flash. So main series, 11, 11-2, 11-3. Victory Road of Heroes is a game that's coming out next year, apparently. Planned for release on PlayStation 4 and Switch? Oh. Wait, hang on. A part of the Inazuma 11 series, it was announced as Inazuma 11 Aries in 2016 and was set to be released in 2018 before being delayed into 2023. Why on earth was this game delayed 5 years? Oh, I see. There's 11 Go, then there's Go Chrono Stone, and then there's Go Galaxy. Okay, so Strikers is a spin-off and doesn't need to be played.
Let me just fix this.
Chrono Stone and then Galaxy. Oh, Galaxy was only released in Japan. Interesting.
Huh? Hey, did you guys hear something?
So by the looks of it, the best way to play the games is to play the first one, the second one, the third one, and then to play the 2 Go games. So Team Ogre Attacks is like a definitive version of Bomb Blast, and Lightning Bolt is the same as the other 2, but with Team Ogre things added into the story. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was. I figured that it was going to be a little bit like a little bit like Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Crystal and Emerald, that kind of thing. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it basically looks like the way to do it. So when it comes to Firestorm and Blizzard and Light and Shadow and then Wildfire and Thunderflash, does it actually matter which versions of those games you play? Wait, there's a Fallout TV show?
Gotta keep
Huh.
nice and limber.
When does that come out? The reason why the new one was delayed for 5 years is because it was meant to come out when Ares ended, but it went through development hell. Okay.
Look out! Careful, everyone!
Jesus. Look at the birds.
And I was the MVP.
Spectacular.
You're all thinking.
Galaxy also has full translation in English. Oh, fan translation. Okay. How good is the fan translation? Because I remember I did I did the Crossbell Legend of Heroes games with a fan translation. That was actually really good.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan. Demons gotta face me. I'm the girl with the gall.
Something so valuable.
Okay, back to the canteen. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Let me check my Ouroboros menu.
Ah, that's me.
Ah, don't tell me I'm 1 point short. Say it ain't so. Oh, I'm 1 point short. Oh, that's right, you get another slot. Okay. Let's increase your attack.
Sure, I'll give it a go.
Okay, 194. This one costs 230 and 220. 144. This one costs 190, 210. 169. This is 210. This is 225. You've got 134. There's no way. Yeah, 190, 210.
Making me hungry. That's all of the ingredients for the both of them. Tippy toppy job.
The most tip-top
Got everything you need now?
top cat.
Then I think it's about time to start the contest. Is everyone ready?
You bet.
Looks like both the chefs and the judges are ready. Well, ladies and gents, it's time to start another annual cook-off. And who else to narrate the events as they unfold but the city's #1 charmer?
But the city's #1.
Just kidding, it's me, Travis, your ever-affable Lost Numbers Lieutenant. Let's start by introducing our expert panel of judges. The lucky 4 adjudicators for this year's incredible turnout are... Drumroll, please.
No.
Gondor! You've been begging to be a judge for
Fucking
ages now.
Gondor.
Looks like it's your lucky day.
Oi! Don't you bloody patronize me. You'll be laughing on the other side of your face if you're not careful.
Moving swiftly on. You fancy yourself an avid foodie? Well, let's see how you measure up to the wise and erudite well. Next up, a lover of music and all things lyrical, it's Mr. Boomer. He's got a refined palate for music and food, and I'm sure he's about to give us a piece of his mind. last but not least, we have our youngest judge on record. Introducing San. Far as I can tell, he just plain enjoys food. He'll eat whatever you can throw at him.
Yeah, give me all your food.
We want you four to judge the meals on their own merits as honestly as possible. Now, let's introduce our chefs. First up's our Lost Numbers ace cook, Nisik. So how you feeling? Think you've got the potential to be numero uno?
It's... Yeah, I'm just having a look at some of these trailers for these games.
No intimidating the judges. You're gonna scare the kid. You want to settle the score? You do it with food, calm and peaceful like. Next up, it's our very own boss.
See if they.
Or should that be Elder? Let's just say Madam Monica.
Just stick to the usual. Who's next?
All right, boss it is.
Okay.
Next, we have Ouroboros' very own queen of cuisine, Manana.
Manana.
Ready to steal away hearts and stomachs of all.
And whispers on the grapevine tell me our last contestant is a rising star. She's everyone's sweetheart, Miss Miyabi.
You go, girl.
Ding.
And those are our 4 entrants for today. Shall we get started? Then Nisik, if you'd like to reveal the meal.
Feast your eyes on this.
So cool.
Well, well, well. Applying heat causes emergence of emerald green undertones. Shell gradually transluce as it shine with beryl glaze. Behold, the jade lobster.
Is this thing edible?
The jade lobster.
Mmm. Hey, this is pretty tasty and juicy.
Contrary to expectation, taste, pop, and lock inside mouth. Big bang of umami fill entire taste buds.
Hey, how are you supposed to eat this? I don't get it.
Maybe Nisik would be kind enough to assist.
Okay.
Beg your pardon?
Alright, those games seem pretty fun. Watch someone play it, and it's good. Not just saying that because they worked on it, but it is good. English move names are from the Portuguese dub.
I'll find a chink in your armor.
An optional blog thing to read.
Special.
I do kind of fit with the conversation, but don't really affect the story. Okay.
Oh, it's got tasty sausages in it.
Like wild dunk in Japanese is changed to blam dunk.
Said to be legendary meal among lost numbers.
Okay, I guess that's not too
I'll
bad.
have me some of that.
I take you for a purist. Tell me why you don't play Nipponese games in their original language. The reason I don't play Japanese games in their original language on stream is purely for the benefit of people that can't watch all the time. People that are either lurking or doing something else or have the stream on in the background while they're doing something. It's so they can still keep up with the game and follow the story along.
It's making my tongue all prickly.
Yeah, it's just purely for the benefit of those people.
Taste buds weren't quite prepared for that just yet.
Funny. Everyone normally loves the stuff. Did I add too much Lucky Spice?
I guess it's also for my benefit as well, because it means that I can still follow it along while I'm reading chat and looking at other stuff, you know?
The next contender is Manana!
If I wasn't streaming, I probably would be playing these games in Japanese.
Delicious dish of Manana is secret recipe of Noppon, passed down in greatest of stealthy, or rather, little spin on traditional version. Doodle noodles, Manana
What
style.
is
For taste beyond taste.
that?
That looks yummy! This is gonna be awesome! Whoa!
That's gonna be a banger!
That's gonna be a banger.
Might form small pool. To think Noppon exist that could recreate recipe of legend.
Oh.
Ah, Boomer loves it.
Give me more of this meat! More! More!
Well, never dream of chance to eat perfect doodle noodles in lifetime. Taste is beyond compare. Such level of extravagant. Well, could rocket into skies above.
How the crap is this so good? I don't know what to say.
Oh, the competition's fierce, but we've got one more dish lined up for you all. Take it away, Miyabi.
Okay. Here's the meal I'll be presenting today.
Oh.
It doesn't look very special.
Oh, is this gonna be one of those where it just looks really bland, but it tastes so good?
Clearly made with love. Preparation of dish reflect nature of chef, and this no exception.
Ah, it feels... how should I put it? Comforting.
So understated, yet so palatable. Hard to express in words. Like warmth filling entire body.
He did the animation for cutting something then.
But I don't think it's ever been this tasty before.
But the knife and fork was nowhere near the food.
Prepared it. I'd love to know.
Same. Why don't we go and ask her once the contest's over?
May, you have the best ideas. Now that looks scrumptious. They look like they're loving the soy primo sauce too.
Tastes good.
I mean, how does Manana not win
I
this?
hate to break it to you folks, but it's time for the judges to make their decision.
I would vote for Manana in this.
Which of these 4 outstanding meals has satisfied their stomachs? I'm sure you're all on the edge of your seats. The winner of this year's cooking contest is...
If it's Miyabi, this thing was fucking rigged. It's gotta be Manana. Nope, looks like it was Miyabi. Oh no, I guess they can just eat whatever they want. I thought only the audience got to eat the winners. No, Riku's clearly eating Manana's food.
Congratulations, Manana.
Ah, I knew it.
Better luck next time, Miyabi. Thanks, everyone. You all helped me so much. I didn't make first place, but I'm glad everyone got the chance to try my food. Manana was kind enough to raise the idea. Thank you, Manana.
Aw, not to mention, would It'd be terrible shame for friends to miss out on delicious num-nums of me, Abby.
I know I may have mentioned Inazuma 11 too much.
Looks in a right mood.
I just feel bad about talking about it a lot if you don't like it, if you do play it.
Get away with this though, can
Nah,
we?
you're fine.
We'll lend you a hand next time.
How'd you like the monikari, Gondor?
Why are you asking me? Same as you always make it. The name's dumb, though. Can you come up with something better?
You say that every time. I don't see the problem, personally. I actually kind of like it.
I'm not asking your opinion. I'm saying it's freaking embarrassing.
I've still got some left, by the way. You want a bowl or not?
Don't change the subject. And, of course I want a bowl.
Oh, that contest was so much fun.
Have you met this guy named Frost? You haven't even hit 0.1% of talking too much about a game. No, you're fine, Subtile.
That's your plan? Would you mind?
I actually really like talking to people about stuff that they are really like passionate about, you know?
I'm honored that you'd say so. But I really don't have
And it seems like you're a huge fan of the series, and yeah, I don't know, there's just this weird thing that I have where hearing people talk about things that they really enjoy is kind of interesting to me.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that I don't have something like that myself. Like, I don't have, like, this thing that I'm obsessed with.
Hey, Miyabi.
So hearing other people talk about things like that is really interesting to me. So whether I like the game or not, I'm still interested in talking about it because
I said before
yeah, it's just fun talking to people about things like that.
Of course, they were the highest priority in my mind. But really, it was for the both of you. I so wanted you to try it.
It was for us?
Like when I talk to Rivi about like rhythm games and dancing and stuff like that, it's not really something that I've ever particularly had an interest in. But listening to her talk about those things is really interesting to me because, yeah, like I said, I enjoy talking to people about things that they're passionate about. Except Frost. I can't talk to anybody about Persona anymore.
Because we're alive. We get to see these sights. Thank you.
No, Miyabi. Thank you.
Alright, is that it? Are we done? Jeez, there was a lot of talking in that one.
I see some relations have changed.
Oh, hooray. So you should have enough points now to unlock this.
You found power.
One more to go. So Senna and Noah are the only classes I need to unlock there. How many of these are rank 20? Okay, so I still need to unlock a Sharer, but I can't do a Sharer's until after I've done Noah's. I can't do Monica's until chapter 7. I think this is a chapter 7 one as well. I think Gondor's needs to be done after Noah's. And I think the only other one I can do now-ish is Sigiri's. So we should probably get on that. Oh, I need to have a chat with Gondor. That's fair. I just like it as I grow up the series. Even when I stopped liking football, I was still into the series, as the OST is honestly great. The anime themes are just something I listen to a lot. Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing the anime advertised when I was younger.
Now we know things.
And I seem to remember watching a couple of episodes. At least I'm pretty sure I did. But because I kind of got to the series late, I didn't really know what was going on, so I didn't I didn't watch more past that. Which is a shame, I guess. Yeah, so I guess I have to get those Colony Zero people out of where they're at the moment and move them into the prison, and then...
Looks like colony relations have changed.
And then we'll be fine. We can go back and kill that unique... I don't think this is the right way. Yeah, I can see, especially if it was a two-parter match. Someone watched like the second part and just saw people getting beat up by a ball for no reason. It would be confusing. Yeah.
Please. Multiple heat sources detected.
Yeah, exactly.
Are inside.
It was a little bit like when I was a kid, Gundam Wing was a thing. And me and my brothers could only really watch TV when we were staying with our dad. My mum didn't really let us watch a whole lot of TV. She was way stricter on those kinds of things. So it was the kind of situation where even if we did like follow the series, we still wouldn't be able to watch a whole lot of it. So like even with something like Gundam Wing was the kind of show where if you missed even one episode, you could have missed like a really important episode and then not know what was going on. Like, I remember... I remember watching that show and missing a couple of episodes and then just being completely lost. Now imagine something similar would have happened if I had started watching Inazuma as well.
Successful. Can't believe we're back here. Enemy intends to attack.
Nice. Nah. Solid, solid.
Good thing we found this.
Alright, Warden. Irreversible insanity. Yeah, that sounds about right. Bomb.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
This is Colony Zero now. Okay, I need to try and figure out...
We got time to kick back a little.
Need to try and figure out how to unlock Sigiri's Ascension quest. Number 3.
That should be enough data.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
Side quests everywhere. Level 85.
Let's lay out the facts.
Oh god. Oh, jeez. What a stretch.
Let's lay out the facts. I think we need to discuss this.
All right, we're going to be renovating a prison. Okay, before I forget.
Let's move out. I see some relations have changed.
Before I forget. We need to go see if that unique is there.
Is that? No problem now.
There it is. $59, easy.
This'll be a challenge. Don't lose focus.
I'm so ready for this.
I need you, Mia! Right now! Phantom Slash! Phantom
Yeah. Burrowing rocket. Oh, I didn't realize we were doing the Seeker thing. I thought we were doing the 3 Fiends. Tea tie toe tighter. I smell the smell of a strong fighter.
Good to add more names.
Ugh.
I see some relations have changed. Good to add more names.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Maybe. Oh, level 57? No chance. Easy. Hooray. 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 Hooray.
I see some relations have changed. We just had to persevere.
Oh, did I mean to do that? Yeah, I think I meant to do that.
We just had to persevere.
Evades attacks also boost damage dealt to aerial life by 70%. Oh, I need to have a chat with Falco at some point and see when he wants to do the rest of We Were Here. He has a week off this week, so we should be able to do it at some point this week. Thing is, Soul Hackers comes out on Friday, so I'd like to get this game finished by Thursday. I don't think I'm going to finish this game by Thursday, though. So there's a guy over here. Right, I need to go to the bathroom real quick and maybe get myself a snack. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello. I'm back. What are we sussing?
Volatile
What's
organic
going on?
compounds detected. Danger to humans negligible.
This guy's name is Wheelie Dealy. Okay. Can't a man just suss without being questioned? No. Oh, God. What's Peepo OMG? Keep looking through the list to find it, but we've got so fucking many now. Oh, that one. Well, that's pretty good.
Good to add more names. No problem now.
Something so valuable here.
Subjugation target discovered.
What in the world has that thing been stealing? Keep your heads or lose them.
Leave it to me. I'll have them crying by the end.
I need you, Mia!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the goal. Every time.
Guess we should make tracks.
So now he's going to the prison as well.
Unit number 7 has arrived home.
Better let everyone know you're safe and sound.
$500,000. You know what? I feel like I'm missing out on all this gambling. It's time to give myself some points. Weird, why doesn't that work? There we go. There we go. Time to break everything if I win. So close. Holy shit, how did Borks get up to 4th place in the leaderboards? Jesus. Umbral's sitting in 7th. Ray's in 6th. Code is in 5th. Yeah, you passed 2 million. You're about 97. Yeah, you're about 97k away from Sky, who's in 2nd. And Sky is 96k behind Shah, who's in 1st. The next closest to you, Nem, is Borks, who's in 4th, but he's like 900k away. Does this mean it's time for you to do your 100k gambles again? Always watching.
I see some relations have changed.
Wait, hang on. I wanna test something. Can you test if you can do points number 1? Like with the points 1. No. No, that doesn't work either. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a way to to check specific positions rather than names, but I guess not. Numero uno.
Theron maintenance environment optimized. Storage space enlarged to house food supplies. Replenished essential supplies for Theron upkeep.
I mean, I give myself points, but even if I was to win a slots, which isn't going to happen, I wouldn't keep the points. Because they're not my points. They're our points, comrade.
Unit's request, daily essentials have now been distributed.
You took a win away from it. You think that's how that works?
All prison camp modifications.
There's so much choice.
Complete. All prison camp modifications complete.
You'd never believe this used to be a prison camp if you didn't know.
What do you mean? It still looks exactly like a prison camp. I don't remember saying that.
Wonder what's inside.
Oh, it's when we were doing the tier list of animals that I could beat in a fight, right? I remember. Oh, I need to drop down from the vent.
Wonder what's inside. I hope we can make use of this. Wonder what's inside.
Seeker's true intent, Seeker's true intent, Seeker's true intent. Okay. First we go to the air vents. Okay, maybe I don't drop down a vent. Oh, actually, maybe I do. Yeah, because I can just go this way. Yeah.
I hope we can make use of this.
Have they announced when this second part is coming out? No? Okay. Oh, actually, we don't need Sigiri in anymore.
I love being with you guys.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Where to from here?
Huh.
Hmm. Oh, that's how I get back up there, I guess. Darny.
I see some relations have changed.
Good thing we found this. Seems like the rain's coming.
Doesn't look like there's anybody here to get that last prison one. Oh, I guess we'll go over here.
Let's make the most of our break, guys. Where should I start?
Maybe I have to have Sigiri in my party to learn about it.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on...
Theron Unit Number 7, reporting for duty.
Maybe doing it like this is the only way people will talk to me.
I love being with you guys. I may or may not need to call it a day soon. Oh, back to Donnie.
Hey, did you guys hear something? Right, what have we got around here?
You're rare, doodah.
Okay, so we're handing over.
Why did I do that?
Now,
Why did I hand
was it
in
we
the
needed?
only one I had? Oh, shit. Oh, I could have done a 7. Could have done a 7.
I see some relations have changed.
Okay, no more other quests to do. Oh, I just need to find one more Nopon caravan. Alright, how do I trigger Sigiri's Ascension quest? You must complete the quest acknowledging feelings, which itself is triggered by listening to and discussing some of the snippets, info snippets in the prison. Okay. Ascended trader.
What to buy?
Ah.
What to buy?
Unit number 7, reporting for duty.
Okay, it's not you. It's not you. It's not you. Not you. It's not you.
What to buy?
I think they're worth 200. These lobsters are worth 200. Damn. So are the jade lobsters. Apparently lobster's really expensive in this game. Wait, the lobster is the only thing that's worth triple digits.
Let's go someplace.
Alright, guess it's time to advance the story a little bit more. I'll forget about Sigiri.
I love being with you guys. There's something different about this one.
Keep your heads or lose them.
I'll do what I can.
I'll make this quick.
Can't let you throw me up, Noah.
You're a lifesaver. I need you, Rio. No, Phantom Slash! Phantom
Make me yawn myself to death.
120 hours. That's not bad. Not bad at all.
Made this journey. There's nothing special here.
Friends, sure we come to right place?
We're good. You'll see.
Ah.
Is this real? That's the Cloud Keep.
Whoa! Fantastic bit of tech. Amazing how they kept it hidden.
So is this where the Queen's been sleeping then?
Yes. Right at the very top.
Right. Let's move. Not far now. A few more stairs. We might finally discover the way to free the world. End Mobius's reign.
Better give it a good once over.
Oh, God. Oh.
It's been one revelation after another these days, and now here we are, walking through thin air like it's totally normal.
Watch your step. It's a long way down.
I want to see all the sights.
Spoondrift.
So this is the Cloud Keep. It's certainly lavish.
I think I'm stuck. Ah, yes. Parkour god.
Wonder what's inside.
Nearly didn't make that.
Is this like a rare thing?
Man, get a load of this place. Do you think the Queen's really here?
If you fall off, you're on your own.
It's gotta be above me, right?
You think we'll be able to meet the real queen soon?
I'm feeling kind of tense.
What's the matter, Tyon? Not getting all nervous, are you?
We're here.
Yes.
Wait, what? Oh, I see.
She's really pretty. It's her. That's the real Queen of Agnes.
She's sleeping and not dead, right? Don't worry. She'll awake soon enough. She's up!
Yeah, don't worry. It's only the worst character from the last game.
What?
Your Majesty! She's been killed!
How delicious. I can taste your despair already. I'm afraid you won't get your way. We worked hard to make this world ours. No way that we'll relinquish it now.
Yoren!
You rats! How'd you find us?
I don't get your surprise. That one's still half Mobius. You didn't seriously think we'd lose her, did you?
Or did you think you're all that just because you managed to defeat N?
Well, thanks to you, I got to end that aggravating old bat, fulfilling Zed's orders in the process.
Looks like we got played.
Yoren, are you seriously
Seriously what?
teaming up with this creep? You've killed her!
Wasn't that clear? You know I am Mobius.
I was reborn, and on that day, Jay surpassed you all.
That day. Right. Then tell me. Why did you do it? Trade your life for mine? You could have ignored me, got away safe.
Well, gee, I have no idea.
Let's see, there might be something in one of my memories. Maybe if I die instead of him, I'll please him? Perhaps that's what I was thinking.
One of your memories.
Since I couldn't do anything else right, you know?
Must be nice to be you, Lance. Just being yourself.
Nice to be me.
You couldn't fathom how hard it is to be useless. You'd never understand, unless you'd seen yourself in that light.
Oh, here's a thought. How about you try interlinking with me for a lark? I bet you'll cry at the state of me. Fun fact, you know. When you become Mobius, you're treated to all the memories of your past lives. I got to see all the different me's. Although they all pretty much met the same sad end. Deadweight will always be that. I am nothing but myself.
Those were all just coincidences. We know different.
That's right. We thought... No, I knew for sure that you were awesome.
Whatever. Bet you were well and truly fed up with me.
Ace, hello.
Back on that day, I still managed to surpass you. I can still be here.
How you doing?
Feel this rush.
And now, I'm having the time of my life!
Fucky, fucky, fuck. I am bloody tired is what I am. I did not get enough sleep, no. Not even close.
Okay, I'll do what I can.
God, I don't even remember.
This is unacceptable.
Oh. Yeah, I don't even remember.
Must be nice to be strong like you guys. And me? I was just a worm crawling in the dirt. But what I wanted was to fly. With every single day I looked up to admire the birds freewheeling above, but I was a worm.
Yoren, cut the crap.
The stuff you guys said was like if those birds went... But Mr. Worm, you do such great work tilling the soil. It's really important you keep at it for the sake of the world, you know? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
And what's so wrong about that?
I wanted my wings, you bastard! I thought if only I could earn your approval, it'd be like an updraft I could soar on.
But birds, what can they possibly know
of how a lowly worm feels?
Yoren! Just how could you possibly think like that? You wanted approval, so you...
How could I not? That's why I became Mobius. So I could be what I always aspired to be.
A fat purple clown.
What? This is you?
It looks nothing like you.
Yeah, but, like... That's what I want to end up like, someday. Silly, huh?
Liar! If you think you're satisfied being this way, you're lying to no one but yourself. I know you can't be at peace with this, so drop the act. And yeah, maybe to you we were like birds. But that has nothing to do with strength. Only lack of choice.
Lack of choice?
Just look at how the world is for us. It wouldn't. It would never allow us to take any other form. So we have to change it. For weak people like us.
Weak? You're weak.
On that day, weren't you smiling?
Oh yes, I sure was smiling. Because it was the moment I rose above you.
It was a grin of victory!
No, it wasn't. On that day, that was the real you. Our friend Yoren.
Stop mocking me!
Look, you'd made it, Yoren. You spread your true wings.
Yoren. Your death, it changed me. Fighting isn't everything. I learned that if I chose, I could change myself, become anything. Yoren,
I know this is supposed to be a big emotional scene between the party and their friend who they thought that was dead for years, but I honestly could not give a flying fuck about Yoren.
Exactly the kind of world we want to create. We want choices.
Remember your Mobius. You should have other nice memories as well. You have to try and remember them. Anything at all.
I've seen all kinds of death.
It's just...
Taken a long, hard look at myself.
There were way more emotional scenes.
You're more than this.
Like, if you were to flip what happened at the end of Chapter 5 with this at the end of Chapter 6, it would be completely different.
Let's all stand together.
All of the stuff that happened with Neo at the end of Chapter 5 was just way more impactful than whatever's happening now with this loser.
That day it was like my body just moved.
Hey! Don't you think you're getting carried away there? Ugh, what a loser.
You good-for-nothing shit for brains!
Yoren! An interlink? He's taken him over.
Ugh! He's a real piece of work.
D, you scum!
Ever had dreams?
Dreams of dying, of being slaughtered.
Oh well, most people forget as soon as they wake. No harm done. But tell you what,
They're all completely true.
And so snuffing what? What if they were? The past is past, and the present is now.
I wasn't finished. Dreams, you see. They're little traces of intense memories from your past lives that didn't get purged before rebirth. Little harmless bugs in the system, let's call them.
However, not so with Mobius. Just like the Runt said, when you become Mobius, in that very moment, all your past memories come rushing back to you.
No mercy. Oh, I saw that coming a mile away.
To put it mildly, it's transcendent.
Before coming here, I went to visit the furnace where I keep my collection.
Collection, you say?
There they were, staring back at me.
He's mad.
Yep.
Doesn't it make you tingle? As long as I am Mobius, I can enjoy this superlative feeling forever and ever.
I'll bury the world in my sweet collectibles.
I think I'm gonna hoe.
Push through it! First, we gotta save Yoren from the shitbag!
Yeah, you need what Lance said. This punk needs a whooping.
All right. Okay, we'll do. We'll thrash this shitbag, save Yoren, and get me some payback.
A snuffing, sparking shitbag.
Shot. I'll be more than happy to rip your bloody pelts off.
And add them to my collection.
Oh, different music. Get him! Oh, the break. Let's go. Do we have a topple? We have a topple. Wait, where's my topple? There's a smash and a launch. Oh, side top. And then launch. Yeah, the level gap's a bit high. I might be slightly over leveled.
How about something like this? Leave it to uni. Do you think this plan might work? Yippee!
This is actually really bad. Okay, so I should get 2 back here. I hope I don't get my healers back. Okay. One additional reactivation. Okay, we'll get rid of the weaker one. Oof. Okay, what do we need here? You. That's a lot of healing. Oh, damn. Big damage. Look at this one. I think this is going to be 2.8. Actually, that looked like a lot of damage. Ah, 4.5. Damn. Okay, a lot more than I thought it was going to be.
I lost. Impossible. I won't accept it. I am D of the Mobius!
The man who is Black Blaze Dark!
I won't be beaten by some idiot upstarts!
Black Blaze Dark?
You've heard of him?
I read about him in a textbook. An Agnian soldier from long ago who'd gone mad. Rather than take lives with his blade, he'd behead his enemies with talon-like swords, bring them back, and add them to his collection.
So that's who we're dealing with.
Is this your doing?
Jay, what are you trying to pull? I can't crush these fools if you hold your strength back. Give it to me, you no-good deadweight loser!
Deadweight loser?
Who else, kiddo? So give it up! Go on, give!
Look, you'd made it, Yoren.
Ray, hello.
Spread your true wings. So let me tell you, Yoren, you're more than this.
How are you doing?
I can be more.
What? What's going on?
Alright! That's what I'm talking about!
With this much power, these chumps are...
That's enough now! I've got more than enough juice to... Hey! Are you listening? Jay!
The Black Fog!
I knew it!
Yoren's doing that?
Stop it! Yoren! If you don't stop, you're gonna die!
I can't move! Cut it off! Jay! Cancel me intellect now!
Move your ass! Do what I say!
I will not. I've decided. It's my choice. I will be different.
Yoren!
This is who I am. Isn't it? Noah. Uni. Lands.
Jay, stop! If I die here, I won't...
Snuffing idiot. Always putting others ahead of yourself, you moron. You should have just looked out for number one.
Yeah, Yoren, not urine.
You were so scary, I didn't really feel like I had that option. I suppose. I'm sorry, Urine. Maybe if we meet again. Yeah. And next time, we will win.
That was... Yoren.
Yeah, sure was. I swear, he hadn't changed one bit.
But this isn't okay. People shouldn't have to make such heartbreaking choices.
Yeah. That's exactly why we gotta move forward.
Yeah, well... What do we do? The Queen's...
Just like that, it's
She's
over.
gone now.
What do we do? What can we even do?
I mean, we have like a whole party of healers.
Back our world.
I'm so sorry.
Just heal
I
her.
knew I was half Mobius. I should have been more careful, but instead... Wow. That bastard! Stuck me good, he did. 2 sentries to the side and things that have been a sight worse.
What?
What?
Oh, you must be...
Impossible. I saw it. I saw her being stabbed directly through the heart.
And all that blood everywhere.
Blood?
But now she's alive! Alive and kicking!
Yeah.
You are... Oh, that's good. So it worked after all. Your Majesty. My name is Nia. And I am the Queen of Agnes, one wing of Ionios.
Huzzah!
It's good to keep a record.
N and M. Another version
Oh.
of us. What are we really? Why do we exist? The answers are within me, together with her hopes and dreams. I will give them a voice. I will make him hear our truth.
Okay then. We should be able to do the rest of the Ascension quests now that we're in Chapter 7. I think I've got like 5 to go.
"300 days remain to the intersection. It seems we might make it."
Yes. It took every bit of our combined intellects, but we built it.
To prepare for the time our 2 worlds collide.
All that we are is contained within. Memories and our souls.
We will all be gone, and then reborn. Will it be a new beginning, or our demise? No one can tell us that.
Time will run its due course, and show us the true meaning of our deed.
You bought yourself a custom header for yourself? Custom header? Oh, I see.
In the distant past, what was once a single world was cleft in twain. Plus and minus, on the surface, they were identical. These two worlds of opposing nature knew nothing of each other as they wended their way towards their own respective futures. However, the worlds yearned for each other. Against the solitude of existence, they strove to reunite. Though it would spell certain destruction, should the two worlds intersect, they would cancel each other out and cease to be, leaving only light. Light, a shining beacon in the darkness, the last common language left to us. Though we inhabited separate worlds, the medium of light allowed us to communicate for the very first time. And so we sought for a way to prevent total oblivion. We pooled our knowledge and through time gave birth to a single point of hope. Origin. An arc containing all the world's data, recorded in words of light, carrying hope into the future. Origin was a system we constructed to reboot the world's states. And then, time was upon us. The reboot process failed to initiate. Instead, in that instant,
Oh, that,
the worlds
okay.
became
That kind of header.
by the will of Mobius.
So it's their fault.
And at the heart of it was their ringleader, Zed. You could say Zed embodies this frozen world.
But what does that achieve? Freezing everything.
Not a thing. He didn't need to do anything after that. Only to keep everything in its place in stasis and create an eternity to abide within. As was their wish.
He made our lives their sustenance.
Precisely so. In order to gain control of Origin, Zed captured the Kavesi Queen. To what end? To access the memories in Origin. To bend them to his will. He needed a key held only by its creators. A key? A heart might be more fitting. Zed used the key held by the Queen of Kevis and seized Origin in its entirety. Controlling Origin means controlling the world. And having shackled it, he can bend it to his will. Life and death are his playthings.
Life and death.
Funny enough, we kind of called this
Not even
ages ago.
Emma knew the origins of this world.
So I guess you have another key.
Yes, it's in my possession. With its help, I was able to create the Ouroboros stones. Though most of the power is with Zed, I have been able to resist him to a small extent.
It's a cogwheel?
One of the gears from Origin. Through a process of catalysis between the Origin substrate
Kind of
and
called
the core of my
the,
genes, I can generate the stones.
And thanks to that,
like,
we became Ouroboros.
Yes, but not completely.
Huh?
Remember,
It's that sort of like the
have we
time
not
loop
succumbed
thing.
to Mobius's power before?
It's not exactly a time loop, but sort of.
As I've said before, Zed commands the world's very fabric. Unfortunately, my own powers are sorely limited. And yet, you too can break Zed's fetters, as you've shown, smashing through the rules he established. With your Ouroboros powers and the Sword of the End, both.
The sword of the end.
The sword you hold. It is a byproduct of resonance between the Kavesi Queen's heart and origin.
Does that mean it's like an Ouroboros stone?
The Ouroboros stones and the sword, they're mere gimmicks. The crux of them lies with you. You see, there are keys inside of you too.
Inside of us?
Keys? Finally, my efforts were rewarded. I'm glad to meet with all of you who embody hope.
Majesty, what is it that we must do?
Right. Infiltrate Origin, then free it and the Kavesi Queen. From Zed. From the hands of Mobius once and for all.
If we do free it, will we get to change the world? It's so cruel and senseless. Can we undo that? Your Majesty...
If you desire to have a future before you...
I need to know. Zed and Mobius. Must they be our enemy?
Noah. Now that is something for you to decide. After confronting them and discerning for yourselves what they truly are.
All right.
Come this way.
Okay.
Good to add more names.
Let me just go over here and open this chest first.
I hope we can make use of this.
Good thing we found this.
Can we kill God yet? Not yet.
Behold. There at the nadir of the vortex sleeps Origin.
In the sea?
Deep beneath
It's
the
a good
sea
thing we've got a
where you may
boat.
tread, Zed spins his world-spanning web.
So you're saying the Queen of Kevis, she's there as well?
Well, snuff me. I want to save the Queen as much as the next guy. But how are we supposed to even get there? You can't even get near without being ripped apart.
Yeah, but if anyone were to know the trick, it's Queen Nia. Seeing as, you know, she's the mastermind behind the whole Origin shebang, yeah?
The whole Origin shebang. Better get a better boat. The boat sucks.
Right. Actually, I kinda don't.
But you're the Queen! How do you not know that?
This is shocking.
Absolute nonsense. I simply cannot believe this.
I don't know how to respond.
Come on, you lot. Rein it in now.
Huh? Hang on.
Hang about.
Don't you get to use those Mobius powers?
Well...
Then it should be a snap, right? Pew! We're there! Those clowns were doing it all the time!
Actually...
Go on.
I can't use them right now. The Mobius powers.
What?
I noticed it right after we liberated the castle. I couldn't work out why myself. It was so sudden.
No! Is this why you blew us off saying to ask the Queen ourselves?
Sorry, Uni.
Oh, love.
I suspect it must be Zed.
Huh?
The power of Mobius.
Shame that.
It's part of the flow and fabric of the world. What is permitted and what is prohibited is subject to Zed's whims. Even with Origin, not every Mobius knows of his existence.
but I was able to use the Ouroboros powers.
The power you currently wield is, let's say, external to the flow. Even Zed himself cannot grasp what's beyond his reach. Therein is my hope based.
We're still stuck, though. We know where to go, but we're kind of dead in the water here.
How to tackle the vortex, then? Mr. Samon.
Mr. Samon was, that Nopon from the city.
Yeah. Recall what he said about a ship that could brave the Great Sea. Ultimate vessel.
That right. Even vortexing raging Great Sea not slow advance. It'd go down in history as queen of boats. Still work in progress, but sure to bring to fruition someday. It's someone's dream.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
Something about it being able to take on stormy weather.
Wait, wasn't that a work in progress, though?
I think he might have been drawing up blueprints?
Whatever Mr. Samon said, he was pretty ardent about it.
Which must mean
there might be a way to get there, after all.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Finally, our lucky break.
Looks like this place was worth the trip.
Better hurry. I hardly imagine Mobius will stand idly by.
Agreed.
Your Majesty! Huh? Thanks a lot. Things are looking up.
Cheers.
Sure.
Right, okay. I think I understand. If you're looking for Samon, he'll be in maintenance, same as usual. I'll send someone to get you. Just head on over.
Many thanks. We'll be outside the Cloud Keep.
All right. Yeah, I think we'll...
Back to the city for a bit, then.
Wait, how do I do...
Yeah. Travis arranged to have us picked up at the entrance.
How do I do Noah's?
Let me just fix this.
Oh, I see. It's automatic. Oh, I could have done Senna's. Wait, what? So in order to do Gondor's Ascension quest, it says first off you need to complete side story Noah. The earliest you can do this is in chapter 6. No.
I'm just glad the people in the city made it through unscathed.
Healing rest. I think I have to wait to do a sharers as well. Yeah, sharers, gondors, and that lot.
You're in safe hands.
I think Rivy's gone already. City Children. Is that the one I'm looking for? No, I'm looking for Gondor's Grumbling.
This sounds pretty serious.
It's fine, you still have me. I'll be honest, it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, you kinda did. I would argue that you did. Ethel and Kamaravi were over there.
Sometimes you need a little comfort food.
All right then, tell me what you'd recommend.
Yeah, I have no idea where this info snippet for Gondor is. There's a thing I should be able to do with Monica here as well.
Sounds like a scoop.
Oh, this might be it. Oh. think that's the most believable thing you've ever said. Yeah, I can't find the rest of these. What a bit.
Do what you have to do, and let's make a difference.
Aha, we can do monikers now.
Let me get this straight. You want me to talk the defense squad into issuing you a transporter?
Issuing?
You're dreaming, young lady. Out of the question.
Please, sir. It would only be for a short time.
I don't suppose this is one of the Elders' requests?
No, it's nothing to do with her. Jensen.
Now there's something you don't see every day.
Ah, Elder. You came at the right time. Can you make these knuckleheads see sense?
Rivi was telling me that apparently Monica's Ascension quest is really good.
So enthusiastic. Can you get it through to him that we've got problems enough in the city already?
Everyone's all fighting to the best of their ability. I don't see the problem here myself.
Don't see the problem? We don't have a damned clue when the next Mobius raid hits us, and you don't see the problem.
Come on now, Garrett.
What we should be looking at right now is tightening our defenses and protecting the city. We can leave Mobius to Ouroboros.
Sounds like you're trying to overturn the Senate's orders.
I'm just offering a
I
bit of
am the
advice
Senate.
here. Just saying there's no point throwing good resources after bad.
Hey, with all due respect.
Don't you get it? You folks just haven't got what it takes to go against Mobius.
What?
You've got to accept reality. Otherwise, you're throwing your lives away for nothing.
For nothing? Everyone's fighting to keep people like you alive, and you call that nothing?
You think you can trade in your life and change the world? You think it's that simple?
Yes.
But if we do nothing, then nothing will change.
You fill the youngsters up with fine ideas, then send them out to the slaughter. Yeah, some talent that is.
We don't force our way of life on anyone. They're the ones who decide.
Let me ask you then. Did you choose for yourself? You chose his life personally, did you? Your husband must be rolling in his grave.
My brother is dead. He won't regret anything anymore.
You trying to mock me?
If it came across like that, I'm sorry. But bringing up the dead to prove a point, is that really something a Doyle would do?
Ugh.
All right. You gonna tell me what that was all
Fair
about?
enough.
Oh, it's no big deal, really.
Thanks, but I'll be the judge of how big a deal it is or isn't, Jensen.
Are you telling me that as Elder?
Jensen.
If you aren't pulling rank, then please believe me. I'm not a kid anymore.
Just pull rank on his ass.
Olive, plan B.
Okay.
Hey, Monica. You want to grab a bite to eat? I haven't eaten a thing since this morning. It'd be great to have some company.
Someone say eat! Time for tasties!
Wind it in, Manana.
Sure thing. Let's go to Michiba Canteen then.
Alright, promise of the future accepted.
I see some relations have changed.
Alright, what we're actually going to do is we're going to go here. And we're going to call it a day. And we'll pick this up again tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. Oh god, I'm so tired. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, probably at 12 again. I will see you guys then. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good one. I will see you guys later. Stay safe. Bye-bye.